Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another Monster Hunter Freemy Night stream. Even if we're in the weird wrong category, it's still Freemy Night. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. I had a pretty good day today, for a couple reasons, but I hope you guys did too. And cheers, thanks for being here. To those of you who might not have been here yesterday, the reason that we're in this weird game category is that Twitch made some change. Either like they made an algorithmic change that automatically got rid of some stuff, or they manually went in and they changed some stuff. But they got rid of Freemy Night, 3 Ultimate, and 4 Ultimate as categories on Twitch. Yesterday there was like not that many people talking about this, but between like yesterday and today, we've seen like a handful of different game communities come out and say like their games got smashed. Like I think probably one of the newest ones I can think of is Persona 5 Royal. Like that's a new release of that game, and that category got smashed. So in any case, we're streaming in portable 2nd G until they give us back Freemy Night. Hopefully they will. They acknowledge that there was some confusing around things. Yeah, there's been a handful of pretty prominent games that got smashed, so I'm hoping they bring them back. Hi Uchi. But yeah, just welcome everybody. Regardless of all those technical things, I'm happy today. We got a message from Twitch, and we got an avenue through which to report that they done goofed. Yesterday I tweeted at them and they like didn't give me any reply. Today they put out a statement that was like, hey, we made a change and some people are confused about our change, so if you are confused, give us some feedback, which is like a really nice way of saying, oh, we screwed up. But in any case, I'm actually gonna get the link. Hang on. There is a post on their like feedback forums that I made about reinstating the Monster Hunter games. I'm gonna make a command for that real quick. What should the command for that be? FU vote? That sounds too much like I'm trying to get you guys to vote in the US election. Maybe just command feedback. There. That'll work. That way we can spam that throughout the stream tonight and people will get the idea that they should go and vote for that. There we go. Cool. In any case, enough of that. Thank you all for being here. Welcome to Uchi and Game God and Nuclear Mango, Enten Boot, Harurush, Vermilion, Eclair, Pro Cow, Unholy Death, CNX, and of course Game God. Welcome to you guys. Thanks for being here this evening. Let's get rolling. What we're going to be up to tonight. I guess last night what we did is we made this, I guess first off last night, we killed G-Rank Kieran, finally, with Hunting Horn. In somewhat spectacular fashion, with like 3 seconds left on the clock. It was one of the tighter quests I think I've ever had in my life. But anyways, we're done with that. Done with that horse. We are moving on to Kushala tonight. And the armor, or not the armor, but the weapon that was requested for Kushala Daora is Heavy Bowgun. So we're going to be doing Pierce Heavy Bowgun versus Kushala. Did it take you a minute to get used to it, Ryan? Or just was Freemy Night on its A game for a bit there? Okay, so we're bringing along Normal 2, and we're bringing along Pierce 1, and Pierce 2, and Pierce 3, and we're bringing along Poison, and Sleep, and we're bringing along Combines for a bunch of that stuff. You fall for every single trap he does. That's okay. I'm bad at that fight. You did stream Portable Third today. How'd it go, Vermilion? How was streaming the Portable Third? Got the Velociprey Fangs. We got the Pin Tuna. Okay, so right now in our box, or in our bag, we've got Potions and Mega Potions and Max Potions. We've got Power and Armor Talons. Steaks, we need to change those out for hot meat. Oh, that's Pierce 2. Gosh darn it. Today was your first time streaming? I'm sorry I missed it. In the future, feel free and drop a link to your stream when you're going live in our self-promo room in the Discord. Feel free and do that so that we know you're streaming. I hope it was a good stream. Was it on a fresh character, or did you load up a save you've already been working on before? Manage to stream from your phone? I've heard of people doing that before. It seems to work out okay for them. Okay. I have combines for normal 2. Yep. I have combines for Pierce 1. I have combines for Pierce 2, I think. You loaded one that you have? Nice. Let me make sure I've got the combines right here. Pierce 2. Pierce 1. Cool. Okay. I think we're in good shape. I was saying to folks yesterday, I'm going to have to really work hard to regain some gunner good habits, because auto reload has turned me into a very sloppy gunner. I keep shooting when I have no shells loaded, or no bullets loaded. It's rather poor. So I'll have to get back in the groove of being a good gunner and not just an auto reload gunner. But anyways. Oh! There's more than one quest, or it moved? It's definitely a different map. I wonder if it kept any of the part breaks or any of the damage we did to it. Probably not, because we tripled. I don't think you get anything if you triple. It can change location? Okay. It keeps the damage, Gecko, even if you triple? How was it? I went in with some high rank Pierce armor that I had. I went in with some high rank armor and it didn't go very well. It did a lot of damage to us. Ruminant Moo. Welcome to the stream. Hi. So this is our first shot at it in G rank armor. This is a G rank Pierce set we made last night. We're using the Nargacuga gun. We have evade up, or evade distance up, bullet limit, which will help with combining things, and then Pierce up as well. Hi, Basil Boy. Welcome. Oh, I need to actually take the quest. Well, that's cool. I would rather fight it in the jungle, I think, than the desert. Don't need hot drinks there. I'm excited to get better at gunning this thing. It's been a long time since I've like actually properly fought a Kushala, so this ought to be interesting. Plus, this map is like the canonical Kushala map. This is a map they added in Dose, and it was the first map you start off in Dose. It's also the place where Kushala kind of shows up really early into the story, and you have to repel it. So, fighting Kushala on this map feels kind of special. Rainy, exactly, because he's a stormy Elder Dragon. The rain and heavy winds making it harder to see. In what chat room do you drop the link? When you join the Discord, Vermilion, there's a link. There's a room called Self-Promotion, and you're welcome to put it in there. We'll pin it there so that people can see that you're a streamer. And then anytime you go live, you're welcome to put your link to your channel in there. Are there map changes if Kushala is somewhere else? Lightning rods would be a neat thing to try. They would be. I could bring them instead of bombs. They are quite unique. Do bombs work in the rain? They might not. They don't. So we should have brought them instead of the bombs. Kushaladora. We've sighted it. We don't have Psycho Serums, but we do have a Farcaster. That's interesting. Have fun, Basil. Oof, that's not helpful. Is that the beach? Or the cave? That looks like the cave to me. Yeah, the lightning rods, Vermilion, yeah. Alright, we found him. He came inside to get dry. Okay. Time to start practicing. Ouch. We're gonna have to get used to getting out of the way. Evade Extender definitely helps with getting out of the way of that move. Oh god. I don't know how many times I'm going to do that tonight. It's not good though. The skills in the set are Bullet Limit for maximum combines, Evade Distance Up, and Pierce Up. Hey Mortada. Does it feel at least feel good to fight this Elder instead of Kieran? Absolutely. I'm not someone who hates on Kushala, so I'm not upset. I'm ready to learn and practice this guy. Second gen Kush is alright. I think so too. Sleep him while he's inside. If you have sleeps, I do have sleeps. That's a good idea, Ryan, because we can use the bombs in here. I don't know if that hit. I think it missed. I think that may have also missed. He still does quite a bit of damage to us when he runs into us. Ow. That was tough. He had us trapped up against that wall there. Yeah, going after him with the max recoil sleep ammo is kind of rough. It's okay. Going after any monster gunning with like a max recoil type of ammunition when you're still kind of learning the openings is always kind of sketch. I think that means we don't get a chance at the sleep because it's going to have worn off by the time we get back there. It's just too bad. At least we have a paintball on it. What would you recommend, Vermilion? The person who requested this matchup requested that I do it with Pierce. Okay, I'll try, Ryan. I doubt it will. I doubt it'll go, but I'll try it. He's being very cooperative. Is spread in this game? Yep, it's called Pellet. Wow. The exact right number of shots. Props to Ryan. Well, if we're having trouble with Pierce, maybe I'll try Pellet. But the person who wanted to see this matchup asked for Pierce, so I'm going to keep trying Pierce for now. I meant to read up on what Mazirian wrote about how to do this matchup, and I forgot to. If you can wait and hit that shot with his head, I bet it feels real good. Once he's in the air, it's kind of hard to get a good pierce trajectory through him. I don't feel like I'm taking, I mean, I guess all of his moves before were taking us down to like this much health, and that was when he was unenraged, so I guess we're taking less damage. It just feels like a lot still. I like our hunter's look though. The little pink belt, the little pink arm guard. Ow, that's a lot of damage. Is it leaving? That's good. Hey Lacinine, welcome. Trying to get to grips with Kushala. Thanks, I appreciate you spreading it around, Lacinine. Our character looks like a gentleman. Lasney does not like this hat. Lasney doesn't like this hat at all. I should have combined more. That was too far away. People were telling us yesterday that you can iframe those wind blasts. I'll have to try. At some point. And I feel more comfortable with the rest of the fight. Ow. Yeah, this feels like an Elder Dragon. No, I think they're talking about my character's hat in-game, Eclair. Thankfully. Hello, Monstropolis. Welcome. We are getting to grips with Kushala. You did indeed come just in time. Hello, Grind Your Mind. Welcome, welcome. I didn't realize the sleep bullets did so much, Ryan. We actually have a command in chat for it last night. Try !_ feedback. No, it's supposed to be a sideways roll. Dude, this fight is scuffed. This was sleep 1, Ryan. Thanks, Monstropolis. Hopefully Twitch will notice that people are like, hey, put our Monster Hunter games back. It does a lot of damage, man. This is feeling pretty scary. Yeah, they're asking you for that to sign into Twitch, eClear. It's okay if you don't want to right now. I feel like Pierce is really hard in this game. Maybe all the games. Left again. Well, we survived 2 areas with it. If that's how this fight's gonna go, it's how this fight's gonna go. I don't like using the aim down sights. Sorry, Vermilion. It's just not how I roll. God darn it. That's not what I meant to hit there. Hey, we're back at camp. I guess this is a heck of a warm-up. Jumping straight into a G-rank Kushala. That's okay. We'll get there. Haha! How'd I do it, Kushala? What was my magic trick? Enters one side of the arena, poof! Comes out the other side. Okay, well that doesn't work too well now, does it? You iframe the blast, but then you get stuck in the wind pressure. That was more steps than actually registering to vote in the US. That sounds like Twitch. Thanks for doing that, eClear. Hopefully they will return those categories to Twitch. That'd be really nice. That way people can continue to play those Monster Hunter games and have people properly find them to watch them. And people who want to watch those games will be able to find them. It's a cool reload cancel there. It's been a long time since I've done one of these elders where you can repel them, so I don't really remember how it works. I feel like it always doesn't totally make sense to me, like when it repels versus when it kills them. That's what someone requested last need, and I thought it was interesting. It seems decent in terms of damage. I don't know. It's kind of weird. He isn't that long. I mean, he has a lot of tightly clustered hit zones, and he's long enough where it works, I think. He's not as long as like a Lao Shan Lung or something, clearly, but... I think it'll work out. I think it's more that he doesn't have an angle besides front to back. Yeah, that feels a little awkward, I think, that part. Being stuck having to shoot down from front to back, pretty much. Does his wind not deflect bowgun shots in Free Midnight? I think it would if he had turned on his black wind. I don't know if he had turned on his black wind at all. I don't know if regular Kushala has that in this game. I think in this game that might be just exclusive to Rusted, but I can't remember. Even has it in low rank? Okay, well then he just didn't get to the point where he turned it on there. That's all. Yep. I'm not like completely set on doing Pierce. We can always back out and do auto reload and normal and elemental instead. That'll work just fine. But the person who requested this matchup wanted to see Pierce, so we're trying Pierce. It seems doable to me. That's not the right thing to bring. Let's see, we're missing a Farcaster and Sleep Shot. The best part is that the critical distance of Pierce is very good for Deora. That's true. You don't really want to be very close to him. Pellet would be scary. He has a lot of really mean moves up close. Picking Quest Heavy Bowgun. I will not normally do that sort of request. I'm doing it this time because I haven't Pierce gunned anything all of G rank. So I'd like to. But I'm not going to get to the point where someone can say, I want you to use a Fire Sword and Shield on a Plesioth, or like, I want you to use like the wrong element on it. Like, no, we're not doing that. Or like super specific requests are not generally going to be how we're going to do things. Not that that's what Clust would be necessarily, but I think the more specialized we get, the more goofy some of that stuff's going to get. That's not really what I want it to be about. That was a bad example. I knew it was when I said it. Status gun on Lao. Yeah, put Lao to sleep. Cap Lao, please. No, I did this because I thought it would be interesting. Wait, no, I want to go back to the farm. Gotta go back to the quest. Alright, did it move again? Let's see. Nope, it's still in the jungle. That's cool. Well, let's try and keep getting used to how it's supposed to go, this fight. Hey, lucky spawn. Thanks, Basil. He hits hard. Really hard. Hey, K-Blader. Welcome. We're trying out Kushala. We're having a rough time with him so far. I gotta learn how he works again. Oof. That was a poor choice there. Oh boy. Yep. That move sucks. That move is really, really dangerous. It does a lot of damage. And it's pretty wide reaching. And we're going to have to get used to it because I think Teo does it as well, but with fire. Yeah, the noises for this gun are really nice. Hey, PogChamp. Welcome, welcome. Shala's kicking our butt. Oops, that was a waste. How has Pierce been against Kush? It feels like it'll be okay. I think any kind of ammunition right now, honestly, I'd still be getting my butt handed to me. Pierce is really alright because he spends most of his time looking at you anyways. Or turning to look at you. He doesn't really have any great shot type hit zones either way, so like at least with Pierce you're hitting multiple hit zones per shot. Ooh, that's a bad one. How do you pronounce this thing's name? Ciedus? That's how I pronounce it. I think other people call it Cideus. I've always called it Ciedus. I think Cideus makes more sense. Wow, that move really, really blows. Keadeus. I've only ever heard it called Ciedus or Cideus. That move really hurts. And it's one of the moves I think is easier of his to get hit by. Will you be streaming something horror related around Halloween time? No, probably not. I don't like those sorts of games at all. No, those games spike my anxiety up a lot. Sorry. It would be like a physically unpleasant experience for me to play that. You'll be streaming horror movies on Discord. Okay, well there you go. Uchi will do that. I'll make some pumpkin armor and kill something in some pumpkin armor for you. We can laugh at that there was a pumpkin Aragon in Monster Hunter Explorer. Fight Furious for Jang with dual blades and Freemanite, that would be horrifying. That would be pretty horrifying, you're not wrong. I gotta think of something to do for our anniversary. Our stream anniversary is coming up in like a week or two. So you don't like horror games because it gives you anxiety? Like, it would just make me really uncomfortable. Like, I don't get those sorts of movies or games. I don't enjoy them at all. Sorry. I'm sure it would be amusing to see, like, someone who you're used to seeing playing games, like, very stoically, or, like, stoic might not be the word, but calmly play something that would make them scared, but it just wouldn't really make it, I don't know, it wouldn't be my thing. I couldn't even handle Bloodborne. Like, even Bloodborne just kind of made me a little bit jumpy. I just did, like, it just made me uncomfortable. I didn't like the vibe. Like, it didn't make me jumpy. Like, I wasn't, like, getting freaked out or anything. It just made me uncomfortable, and I didn't enjoy myself. I like, okay, so this is weird. I like cartoon, gory movies. Like, Tarantino movies are my jam, but movies that are all about suspense, I don't like the feeling of suspense. It makes me feel anxious in a bad way. I enjoyed Black Mirror, yeah. I don't know if I've seen every bit of it, but I've seen a good chunk of Black Mirror. Saw Tenet today. That movie rules. You should definitely see it if you don't mind catching COVID. I'm glad you liked it. I'm not much of a movie person in general. Much to my friend Ethan's chagrin. Ethan loves movies. I'm like real cynical and like, I don't know. I have a hard time enjoying anything from like the movie side of things or the TV side of things. Ethan sounds cool. Ethan is cool. Ethan's on stream with me sometimes. That's why I mentioned him so casually. Is it because it's a passive medium? No, it's not so much the act of watching something that bothers me. Everything in that medium just feels so overly produced and like, I don't know. It just feels like it's just been through that, like, it just feels like it's been through that, that industry's, like, approval board of, like, it's gotta hit these marks. I don't know. I'm not gonna do a good job of explaining it because I don't really have a formulated thought on why I dislike movies and TV. I just don't really enjoy watching them a lot. Like, I definitely enjoy watching things like YouTube and Twitch a lot more. Mainly just because it means I can tune into like things that I find intensely interesting, like old DOS computers, or Monster Hunter, or I don't know, all kinds of weird stuff. Hey, a dunk, that feels good. Game analysis, like video essays on YouTube are great. Criminologist series? I don't know what that is. I guess just in case, just so I can try and leave it on some sort of a satisfying note. I think I don't like movies and TV because they feel like really overly produced and a little bit cliched and just really like, I don't know, there's certain ways that movies and TV are made that seem like they just have to be made that way because, oh, we gotta make it this way because it's a TV show or because it's a movie. And that just kind of I don't know, it bothers me. I've liked TV shows and some movies in the past. I have favorites, but I think the vast majority of stuff I see when it's new, I'm like, eh. But I don't try and dump on other people's parade. There aren't really any IPs or any movies or TV shows that come out that I'm like, oh man, that's so dumb, I should go over there and I should crap all over it. Like, nah. Let people watch what they're gonna watch. Dude, Bullet Limit is so good. Bullet Limit is so good. What's the skills in this set? Evade distance up, bullet limit, pierce up. It's not like the max damage you could have by any means, but it's a nice assortment of skills. I think I'm getting the hang of it. Oh no, he says before forgetting to reload. You know, heavy bow gun against Kush is pretty good. It seems that way to me. I don't know if I've ever gone to a Kushala before, honestly. I mean, it's as good as any matchup can be with the gun in this game, where like sometimes you can really own a monster, but at the same time you're always like a mistake and a half away from just dying. Wait, did somebody else mix up a name because of color? It's not just me? This is the second try to send us. The first try, he tripled us pretty straightforwardly. I think we might be... Are we 2 cards deep? Yeah, we're 2 cards deep here. How went Kieran last night? FPS failure, we managed to kill it. Barely. There were 3 seconds left on the clock when we finished it. But we did finish it. It's not particularly a fight I feel proud of. I definitely wasn't, like, super calm the whole way through or anything. But we did finish it. Hey, Wilson Nick. Welcome, welcome. Hello. How you doing tonight? That's someone I know from work. I was just talking with them earlier today. Oh, don't kill me. That move is so bad. Double flinch. This is doing okay. This is doing okay damage-wise, I think. And so far, we've only been using Pierce 2. Ouch. That's true. If you line up the right way, you don't have to aim each time. I'm just trying to hit his head. His head is one of the few actually decent zones on his whole body, so if I'm firing from the front, I'm trying to hit it. Ooh, the wind got me. Oh no, that's always the worst. You're trying to heal and you end up taking another hit. Is there a monster whose head isn't the best place to attack? Baroth, among others. Gravios. Oregon, yeah. There are some. It's a pretty common weak zone, but there are exceptions. Outliers. I think I rolled that. Either that or evade distance helped us out. Uh-oh. Greedy reload. Nice for Million. Yeah. Guns on Uragan are pretty good. So you don't have to get close to him. With normal shots in the head? Nice. Okay, I'm starting to feel a little better about this fight. It was like, I think just in general in G rank it's a good idea, or really not even just in G rank, in Monster Hunter in general, when you're starting to learn a new fight for the first time, it can be kind of disheartening the first attempt or the first part of an attempt where you're just getting destroyed, but you just gotta get past that, get used to how the thing's moving around, and you'll be okay. God, those shots were really bad. How are you enjoying shooting the Steel Wind Dragon? It's going okay. He's kind of roughing us up. He has a lot of damage with everything he hits us with. Yeah, welcome, White Chocolate. Whew. Shoot. I don't have a paintball or a Psycho Serum. There are supplies, though. We could pick up some supplies from the base camp either way. No auto-reload? You can't auto-reload with Pierce. But someone chose Pierce for us, essentially. So I'm giving it a shot. Not very good with bowguns. Are there any tips for bowguns? Bowguns are interesting. There's a like you can kill a monster with almost any kinds of bullets that you're shooting at it. But it can be kind of hard. A small monster isn't going to be very good for Pierce because Pierce needs to kind of go through the monster. And some monsters aren't very good for pellet. So it kind of, I don't know, it kind of pays to get used to how the different shot types work. And then understand for each of the different shot types what kind of armor skills you want. There are some skills that work for no matter what kind of gun you're using, like attack up, or critical eye, or evade extender, stuff like that. But then for a fight like this, because I'm using Pierce ammunition, I'm using a skill called Pierce Ammo. You can auto-reload with normal shot and elemental ammos, but that's it. All the other ammos, it maximizes out the reload for them, or the recoil for them, so they're going to take a long time to fire. CNX, the best thing I can recommend is try and look up videos or look up online if there are any guides for heavy bowgun or just bowguns in the game that you're playing, because it does change a little bit from game to game. And then if you've already read through some of those guides, you have kind of an overview of it, try and see if there's any videos about how other people have effectively gunned a monster. And even if you can't do it the same way exactly that they do, try and like take note of one or two things that you think, oh wow, it looks like when they do this angle on the monster, it looks like when they use this ammunition, it does a lot of damage. That kind of thing. And then once you're actually in the hunt, it's about trying to get used to what your best openings are to hit the parts of the monster you want to hit, and then how long you have to do that in between different moves. And that's really the tough part of it. Once you're in the hunt, it's just kind of understanding how much time you have until the monster attacks again. Such a big hitbox. That tail could have killed us right there. We might die for that. Nope, we did not. Nice. Did I really not take supplies from the box when I went into the other area? I think I forgot to. That's pretty dumb. We're gonna go get supplies from the box because I would like some healing. Gosh darn it. This guy's kicking my butt. It's a pretty bad feeling, white chocolate. Agreed. This is a pretty claustrophobic area to be fighting Kushala in. It's not very wide. There we go. He's only had... I don't know how often he's actually had his black wind up. I don't know if he's had it up at all. Lightning rods. Alright, chat. Would you like to see these in action? These are pretty cool. So lightning rods are a special kind of bomb that's only in Freebie Night. You can only use them when it's raining or on the snowy mountain when Kushala is there. That's according to Ryan earlier. And how they work is you walk up and you place them down and your character automatically does a roll and then they explode. Although getting that close to Kushala is a little bit scary. Thankfully, your character does do a little roll, but that doesn't always help you a whole lot. Yoink. Gosh darn it, got me killed. I think it knocks you back on your butt. Either he was knocking me back on my butt with his wind, or the lightning rod did it. Why in this feature carryover? Didn't it look useful there, y'all? Are you telling me the goal isn't to jump underneath the Kushala and then instantly die? Do they do elemental damage or fixed damage? They do fixed damage. Just like a bomb, even though they look like lightning. Use lightning rods when he was flying. I wanted to show them to chat, but I wasn't planning on dying. Well, let's give that another shot. I feel like I was getting a little better at existing in the area with him. Obviously not too good, but a little better. Yeah, and instead of barrel bombs, let's bring lightning rods this time. I think I probably... Do I have any more in here? I do. Let's bring some. We will make use of them if we can. Lightning rods do get boosted by Bomber and have their combine rate set to 100. Can you make them? I was under the impression you could only get them in boxes. I didn't know you could combine for them. That's my bad if you can. You can buy from Granny and make? Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Well, we gotta run by the farm and get us some honey. What do you need to combine them? I don't know. We can look it up. Thunderbug and Scatterfish? I will take a look in a moment. I guess here, let's try it. Nope, that's not it. The other fish, Rumblefish? Okay, I'll take a look and see if you can combine the Thunderbugs with any fish. Burst Arowana and Thunderbugs. Thanks, Lassinine. I was gonna look it up in a moment, but I appreciate that very much. You guys want to hear a great sound effect? It's a great sound effect. What is the chance of an Uragon Ruby? Not high. I had to fight something like 20 Uragons in Portable Third to get an Uragon Ruby. It was going to be for the Redeem Neat sound. That's true. I almost made it that. I think now I want to rig it up on a soundboard for the weapon raffles. I just don't have a soundboard yet. Or like a soundboard program yet. Vermilion, you're playing Portable Third, right? Okay, we're back in the desert, which means that we need to switch out our regular meat. For hot meat. Need 1 ruby for the armor. Here, I'll look it up. I think there might not be great carve data out there for Portable Third. Let's see. Yeah, there's not really. Actually, never mind. It's in the monster data guide. I remember now. So in this document, boop. In this document, there's a section for Uragon that gives you his hit zones, but also his chances for dropping things. Cool. Looks like the ruby is a 3% chance from a capture, 4% chance from a shiny drop, 3% chance from breaking his head. That's not worth it. Don't do it. And then 5% chance from cutting his tail. So what I did was I brought in a weapon like Longsword or Greatsword that had a good time with cutting his tail. I cut his tail off and I captured him. And I tried to pick up any shinies they dropped from the trap. And it still took like 20 of them. Hello, Ekapam. Welcome. How are you? I'm doing okay tonight. We're getting used to Kushala Daora with Bowgun. I think it's an okay matchup. I just gotta keep getting a little more used to it. But I'm doing pretty okay today. How many attempts? This is our 3rd attempt. We have not managed to repel it yet. The first attempt we just got swamped. Like we just got destroyed. The second attempt, we got carded a few times, but then we managed to stay alive a little while longer. All bullets are shot type. Close. All the regular bullets, so normal and pierce and scatter, are all shot type damage, but elemental shots deal elemental damage. Stuff like poison and sleep does status damage. Crag shots and clutch shots do fixed, like bomb damage, but also crag shots do some KO damage to the head too. But your primary bullets are going to be doing shot type damage, yeah. So if you see that part of the hit zone values, that's how much you'll be doing with heavy bowgun. If you're doing it with heavy bowgun, then just try and break his head if you can, and then capture him and pick up a shiny if you can. They did see an X, you're not wrong. Hello, Kashala, we meet again. Ooh, a little aggro there. Yep, that document there is great for knowing the monster data guide. Super handy. That sounds pretty dumb to me, Last Need. I don't know why you do that on Traverse where they're real picky about cheaters. Oh no, I'm so bad at bow gunning. Auto reload just ruined me. We gotta give that auto reload up, dude. Ruined by auto reload. That was a lucky flinch. Hitboxes on Kashala are not very good in this game. A little too close there. That would have been a nice cancel if I could have gotten it. Taunts? Yeah. Cool. That's so frustrating. Spending all that time healing, finally unloading, shoot him again, and just getting hit. Grrr, Kashala. It's okay. You can't always unsheath into a reload. It's not always good practice. It's a good lesson to learn. Ooh, he doesn't do that move too many times. The jump back into the projectile. G rank? This is a G rank. Kashala, yeah. Oh, lightning rods don't work in the desert. I brought the wrong bombs. Well, it's good to know. That was really close. I just didn't realize. I took the bombs out before I realized the map was changing over to the desert. Didn't think about it. That's way too close for Pierce. It's medium distance for critical distance on shot. It depends on the type of shot you're doing. Pellet doesn't technically have a critical distance. It's not like the shots lose their damage, but you'll just have less of the pellets hitting it. So you need to stay close enough where all the pellets are going to hit, or a good chunk of the pellets are going to hit. Normal shot is probably like 2 to 4 rolls away, and Pierce is probably like 3 to 5 rolls away. Hello, Recital Mode. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a nice stream tonight. Always nice to be raided by another person playing Monster Hunter. How's it going tonight, Recital Mode? Thank you so much for the raid. If y'all ever want to catch some really good free midnight hunting horn, or probably, yeah, some really good free midnight hunting horn, make sure to follow their stream. They are quite fun to watch play hunting horn. I stayed up after last night's stream and I watched them take down a Kieran themselves with hunting horn. They sure did it better than I did. Wow. I don't trust that move at all. So it's like Kashala has to be in a storm for lightning rounds to work. Very specific. I think they even give you some lightning rods in like low rank Kashala, or is there a low rank Kush? If there's a low rank Kush, I feel like they give you it during low rank Kashala. I think there is one. I don't trust you at all, Kashala. Greedy shot. Hey, IRB good, you're welcome. It's going okay. This is our third attempt. It's going all right. The first time we got stomped, the second time we got less stomped. This time, I would say we're not quite getting stomped. Could drop the thing with Twitch again to vote. Type exclamation mark feedback in the chat. So, to any of you who are here who haven't heard about this, the reason we're streaming in Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G tonight instead of Monster Hunter Free Midnight is because Twitch got rid of the Free Midnight, 3 Ultimate, and 4 Ultimate categories on Twitch. Like, those games are just gone. You can't stream to them anymore. They changed a bunch of games around, it looks like, not just Monster Hunter. And they were like, oh, we changed something, and some of you guys are confused. If you have feedback about it, let us know on this forum. So I made a post on the forum, and you can upvote that post if you follow that link that Ryan just put into the chat there. And hopefully bring back the Free Midnight, 3 Ultimate, and 4 Ultimate categories so that us poor, confused Twitch users can tell them the error of their ways. Yeah, thank you. So those are the two commands, is exclamation mark FU and exclamation mark feedback. We still don't really know why. They didn't give any justification. They're like, hey, some of you are confused. We made a change. If you have feedback, do it here. It's like, great. That didn't answer our questions. Oh, well. Yep, that's why we're streaming in Portable 2nd G yesterday and today. I think so too, Ryan. I think it means that they made either they manually made a change that affected more than they thought it was going to, or they made some algorithmic, like, robotic change that they didn't realize was going to affect so many categories. It didn't seem like something where they manually went in and went, okay, let's pay attention to what these categories are that we need to get rid of. It was like they changed something and it messed up by, like, getting rid of lots of categories that were still in use. Like, it just doesn't make any logical sense to have, like, categories up for Frontier expansions that haven't been possible to play in 5 years, and yet still have Free Midnight, 3 Ultimate, and 4 Ultimate taken down. Can you fire through a rock? We won't know. Oops. Yeah, that's too close. It's gonna turn around and come back at us? Nope, never mind. Sometimes it does 2 of those jumps at once, but not that time. I don't even think it's really worth messing with it when it's in the air, at least not with Pure Shot. It's not a great angle at all. Greedy. Bummer. Yep, Chameleos is in this game. I have fought one Chameleos in Free Midnight. I fought one time in high rank, like, well over a year ago. I don't really remember how the fight works. So I'll be essentially doing it blind when we do it in G rank here. I think he's like 2 fights away or something. Did you fight in other games? Nope. I've only ever fought one Chameleos ever. And it was in this game. It's also in 4 Ultimate, but I haven't gotten to the point where I've unlocked it in that game yet. I like how these boots have pointed toes. I think that makes them extra cute. I've heard that recited most. That's a lot better of a fight in 4 Ultimate, but that goes for a lot of monsters. Not all monsters, but a lot. You just didn't see it there, Iron Pikachu. It's okay. He was just chilling. I'm not joking. He's actually a fight in that game. You just didn't see him. He was just chilling there. Dude, Basil, that sounds clutch. Nice job. Dun, 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 dun. Wasn't it in Generations? I don't think it was in Gen. Hey, Crystal. Welcome, welcome. We are fighting us a Kushala Deora. He's in both? Oh, okay. I never, like... I have spotty memory when it comes to Generations because I didn't finish that game. It was my first Monster Hunter game, and so I didn't do all of the endgame fights and everything. I was still kind of getting used to the series at that point. What a cool Elder Dragon Kushala is. No, that's so mean. Yeah, you should be bountiful. You should be done with low rank now. It's so much damage and it comes out so fast. Oof. No supplies. Another oof. Enjoy getting into high rank, Bassett Boy. Hey Marths, welcome, welcome. We are working on Kushala. This is attempt number 3. We've gotten like slightly less dumpstered each time, which I know is not super convincing because we just carded, but like the other couple times we carded a few times by this point in the fight, so we're doing better. Here he comes! Oh, what a cool monster. I love Kushala. That was close. Nice, Basil. That sounds like a good way of doing things. Very appropriate. Very rank appropriate. You're not killing me with that move again. Yes, yes, Marths. This is good. This is good fun. Every time I get hit is pretty much 100% my fault in this matchup. And it's also like the first time in G rank I've had to worry about reloading in a fight and like properly playing bowgun. Auto reload is so cheesy. cool, we got supplies. That's an odd memory CNX, but I can get how that would work. He's a little looking. Oof. Thought he was going to reposition and look at us. We were a little too close to the front of him. Oh boy. Yep. Do I think that Basilgeuse will come to Rise? I think so. That'd be cool. It seems distinctly possible to me. I can imagine him swooping in over the top of some of those big old hills. Well, that was a bummer. At least we have flash bombs and poison knives now and stuff like that. We could try and go for a sleep bomb. No room in the inventory. Okay. Last cart. We're getting close to the repel time. Hopefully we'll have done enough damage. Oh, I went out the wrong way from the camp. That's pretty dumb. And then I went out the wrong way from there. You know what? Let's just go this way. Oh, I didn't have to eat both of those rations. I could have eaten the meat instead. I think I just flubbed up like 3 things all at once. Let's not continue that trend. Pretty night sky. Oh! Why, hello there. I need some coffee. I had some coffee. Had some coffee about an hour and a half ago. I don't even know my own redeems.
Who wants coffee? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee?
Hey, Benz. Welcome. Okay. Cheers, Marks. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by to say hi. I appreciate it, and I hope you have an excellent night. We could try and give it poison. We don't. I'm trying to like. I feel like we should probably save that in case he gets his black wind on, but that hasn't happened even once. So I feel like we're doing okay in that regard. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. How is throwing a knife scarier than shooting like a railgun? I guess so, Ryan. I'm kind of surprised about that, but I must be. We did not get the poison proc. Let's... Oh, no, we did. Never mind. We're good. We're good. We're good. It left again. It's pretty odd. Well, it's past the point it would repel at, I think. So which means we haven't done enough damage to it. It's interesting they want you to deal even more damage than what we've been doing. It's gone to this low area, though. It's kind of odd and scary. I don't know if I want to fight it in here very much. Hi, Kushala. Is it going to drink water? It is. Is it going to get rid of the poison or something? That's so weird. It did that so quickly after getting poisoned. I probably should have let it do it, just to see what it was doing. Hey, we did it! That was the repel. That feels good. So, for those of you who haven't seen Elder Dragons in Free Night, they work very, very interestingly. Well, I guess it's Elder Dragons in games up into Free Night, and then after Free Night it goes away. How this works is basically Elder Dragons have a large, large HP pool. And you can kill them in one go if you're in like a big group or if you have a crazy set or something. But generally how it works is you'll go and you'll do enough damage to repel them at around the 25-minute mark like we just did. And they keep all their part breaks and they keep all their damage, and then you keep fighting them until you take them down. Still had repels in try? I don't think so. I mean, like, maybe with the siege monsters. That's the one exception. You repel siege monsters sometimes in the later games, but not with, like... Was it, like, did Elatrian have repels or anything in that game? Cetus and Jen, that's different. I guess that feels different to me because it's not like they're recurring. That's like an objective. You can kill them or you can repel them, but it's not like they come back with the same health pool over and over. That's the interesting part about Free Night, is they start with a larger health pool than you're going to generally be able to kill. And then they keep coming back until you've worn that all the way down. Yeah, that's the unique part about Free Night and earlier's repels. I think it's cool. I really like it. It makes learning these fights a little bit less scary because you're not going a full 45 minutes at first. Still get some materials from them each time. Like we just got some G-rank Kushala materials for the first time from fighting him there. And it means that if you get really good, you can kill them in one go, or if you have a really crazy set, you can kill them in one go. But also it kind of adds to the feeling of you're fighting something that's stronger than the rest of the cast by a long margin, by like a wide margin. Yeah, Zelda fan. We got some developments about that today. Twitch basically tweeted out earlier, oh hey, we see some of you were confused about a change that we made. They didn't specify what change they made, just they made a change and some of us are confused. And they said if you have feedback, you can put it here. And so they have a link to a forum, and feel free to upvote that particular suggestion about reinstating those categories if you'd like to. You're all good, Uchi. You're all good. I appreciate you. Well, we're going to take on that Kushala until we kill it. It might be 1 or 2 more tries before it's dead. We'll see. I'm happy we didn't triple there. We came kind of close. But yeah, for those of you who don't know what's going on with that, Twitch made some sort of change, and it nuked the Free Night game category in Twitch, the 3 Ultimate game category in Twitch, and the 4 Ultimate game category in Twitch, which is why we're streaming in Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G. I mean, there are repels. Yeah, you can repel things, I guess, in all the games. I think you repel Zora, Magdaros, and World. What I mean by there aren't repels is that they don't work quite the same way. You're not wearing down a monster's health pool over and over each time you do it. It's almost a little bit like some of the siege mechanics from World, but done in a way that's a little bit more player-friendly. You can repel Cetus and it will be damaged the next quest? Oh, really? Okay, never mind then. That's cool. I didn't realize that. Really? Well, that's really neat. Never mind. Monster Hunter Tri has some of those features. Or not, sorry. 3 Ultimate has some of those features too. Well, we're going to keep gunning the Steel Dragon until it's dead. Okay. Let me pull out all the things we'll need. Sometimes it takes a bit for it to show back up. So we might need to cycle some quests first. Yep, you're meant to do it multiple times. Yeah, I think so too, especially solo. Especially solo. I'm okay with it. I like it. Like I said, I think it makes it feel very different from the rest of the cast. It feels like you're fighting something that actually is very different and stronger. Can also bring thunder since it's Pierce. Yep, but this gun doesn't fire thunder, unfortunately. I looked at some other Pierce guns to see if there was a gun that would fire thunder or dragon and Pierce, and I couldn't find one that was going to be better than this Nargacuga gun, so I just stuck with the Nargacuga gun. Gravios Heavy Bug on his Fire, Thunder, and Pierce. Let's take a look. Yo. This is a Bizarrios gun. Yeah, it fires some Pierce, but that one's just Flame. It's Gypceros. Here's Eucanlos, that's cool. Gravios Giga Roar, huh? Fires Pierce 2 and 3, and it does fire Flame and Thunder, but not Dragon. It also takes, I think, a Heavenly Blast Gravios shell, so I'm not going to make that one, but I appreciate the suggestion. Does anyone know why they put Kashala in Village 4-star in this game? He isn't nerfed or anything, they just let you fight him very early. Freemanite's weird like that. The only explanation I have for that, Abominable Snowman, is that this game was sort of like a celebration. It was the first game that had kind of everything. Kind of all the content from the previous games. So sort of like Generations Ultimate has kind of some weird appearances of monsters rather early in the game. I think that this game does too in that way. Are you playing in PPSSPP? Welcome, Max Rick Kaseki. Max Rick Kaseki. I think Kasakai. Kasakai. There we go. Are you playing in PPSSPP? No. I am playing on a PlayStation Vita. We're capturing over USB out. It says clear, even though we just repelled it. So I think we gotta get back in there, and we gotta hunt it again until it's dead. That's when I'll be satisfied that we've cleared that monster proper. We could totally just move on from that because the quest says clear, but I don't want to do that. That'd be lame. Back in we go. Let's try and get cleaner with the guns. You're watching Rosie play, so you just saw me standing in the village, like not doing anything, and you had a small heart attack. I hope Rosie's doing well tonight. How's she doing? Ooh. Hi, Kashala. Pow. Pow. There we go. This is kind of scary. We have to eat. I think we're just going to chill for this first area. We won't eat yet. Oh, I should have... I got lucky. Just got done with the double jip. That's pretty far into the run. Ow. That's so much damage every time he hits us. That was such a bad shot. Too far away, too. The hat must be extremely heavy. It must be, you're correct. I don't know how that works. That Vestboard is so nerve-wracking. I can just see him floating, knowing he's trying to ruin my day. Yeah, Rosienna is another Monster Hunter streamer. She is a speedrunner of these games, an RTA speedrunner. Kind of like how Shepard does real-time speedruns of Monster Hunter World. Rosie has held the world record for many of the older Monster Hunter games for a while. She's currently battling to get back the world record for Freebie Night. The speedrun for this game involves a lot of sleep bombing and a lot of heavy bowgun. She's a great channel. Uchi, if you want to link the channel, you're welcome to in the chat. I don't mind. The more people who watch Rosie, the better. Rosie deserves all the views. I appreciate it, Uchi. Thank you. She's probably doing some sick stuff with heavy bowgun right now that'll put me to shame. She's got everything so calculated in this game where she can like not be even looking at the monster and fire like the exact right number of like sleep shots at it or stuff like that. I don't know. It's just insane to watch. Too close. Poor shot. Too close. Uh-oh. Gonna eat it. Ouch. How's it going with the claw? Doesn't hurt? No. I claw when I'm aiming with the bowgun. But the rest of the time I use the second stick on the Vita for walking around at least. I still use claw a lot. I think I use the claw the most when I'm using bow. I use the claw when I'm aiming with bowguns. And I use the claw intermittently with other weapons too. Sometimes I just want to be able to hit the action buttons, so even when I'm playing something like Greatsword, I'll have the claw going. But I don't mind it too much. Yeah, I really don't mind claw. I think you need to learn how to not... I mean, I'm sure for some people's hands it just doesn't work at all, and I understand that. But if it does work for your hands, you just have to learn how to not over grip. You have to learn how to hold it in a way where your hand is still loose enough where it's not like you're going to cramp up from holding your fingers in kind of a weird orientation. I think I use it almost all the time, just kind of mixed in with the other inputs. But yeah, when we were streaming on just the PSP, I was using the claw all the time, like every day. And I didn't have a problem with it. Clawing on the PSP Go sounds super weird because the stick and the D-pad get switched. I guess I do claw a lot when I'm doing the menus as well. Have I ever done any speedruns myself? Yeah, I did some RTA runs for 4 Ultimate earlier this year. And I guess once before that I tried out World RTA, but I was not well acquainted enough with the game, and it was really stressful. I think speedruns like that are always stressful, but as you go, you get a little bit more used to the routine of like the route you're going through and what fights you're going to be doing with what weapons, and it feels a little better. I was not well acquainted enough with World at the time to feel comfortable with it. 4 Ultimate, when I was playing 4 Ultimate all the time this spring, I felt really good about that run in terms of like, well, I don't know about really good, but I felt good about doing it. It was really fun. Yep, I wouldn't mind doing more RTA runs. I don't think I'm interested in doing TA speedruns. TA speedruns is a little too hardcore for me, I think. At least where I'm at right now. Do you speedrun hunts? I do not speedrun. I do not do RTA speedruns like Cancer for me. No. I'm not that good at Monster Hunter. I've done, the only thing that ever felt like that to me, the only thing that ever felt to me like an RTA run that I did was I did a naked Viper Toby Kadachi with Sword and Shield in Iceborne. And that required a degree of precision that made it feel essentially like a TA run by the time I was done. That's highlighted on the channel somewhere in like half-decent hunts. It's a really good video. Congrats on being done with your presentations, Crystal. I doubt they'll mind. They'll probably already be asleep. Did we repel? Yes, Thomas Smith, we did. We repelled it once. Now we're back in it. Was a quick recover. I'm getting a little more used to him, and I'm also regaining some of my good gunner habits now that I'm not using auto reload. That honestly feels more satisfying than almost anything else. It's just, this is a really tricky hunt. Oh god. This is a really punishing hunt for gunner, because he does a ton of damage to you, and he can come up on you pretty quickly, and his hitboxes are large. So it feels good to be able to get into the groove of not overcommitting and getting used to reloading. That's what I mean right there. So getting used to this fight feels good. This feels like a really old school gunner challenge. And that feels fun. That move sucks. I want that move gone. Go away, Kshala, with that move. The vacuum cleaner. You got the lawnmower with Sanitar, where he charges at you with his arms open. You got the vacuum cleaner. Like the dust buster, Kshala. The leaf blower? I guess it could be the leaf blower instead of the lawnmower, yeah. Yeah, I think shooting at him with Pierce when he's in the air is a waste of time. Unless you're like right beneath his tail. What ammo does this gun Siege? Siege is not in this game. Siege was added in 3rd generation. Siege is like a more balanced version of this game's auto reload skill. Gail Hermes. V16. Welcome, or Gail Hermes. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well tonight. Did it have rapid fire? Light bowgun still had rapid fire. But there was no siege fire for heavy bowgun. Like I said, auto reload was pretty broken, and you could use auto reload on both light bowgun and heavy bowgun. Although on light bowgun, sometimes it paid off to use rapid fire for the ammo. Nice supplies. We're doing okay this time, I think. Hi, ProCal. Welcome. Thank you for bringing yourself to the party. I appreciate it. Oof, that was an awful shot. I went right back through its legs. That's too close for Pierce to really be effective. Oof, that hurts. Is that the Hermitar set? It's 2 pieces of Hermitar, a piece of Congalala, a piece of Nargacuga, and a piece of the Flower set. Not a particularly damage-oriented set. The Narga gun is nice in that it has built-in affinity and pretty high raw, as well as really nice clip sizes for Pierce. Once you get up out of that slope, this is not 4th gen yet. We hit its back leg. That's funny. Oof. Can he get flash bombed? He can. I brought some. I generally don't use flash bombs unless I have to. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Really bad. That wasn't even safe. We're lucky we didn't get hurt or get killed then. Time for feeling heroics, lol. No, we're all good. We are starting to run lower on potions, but the supplies are here, and we have a Farcaster, and we have a Cardigan, so I'm feeling good. Feeling good about this matchup. That was a poor shot. Broke its head. It's dead. We did it. So 2 clears. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's like about average, I think, for G rank Elder Dragons. Oh, good. I got my Deora Carapace that I could have gotten in high rank. Oh, good. Oh, well. I think he was still at high health because that horn didn't break. It's a HP threshold thing, I think, Ryan. Oh, that was a fun matchup. We did it. We killed the Kushala, and I got used to it. He was really stomping us like an hour ago. Not anymore. Yeah, it was kind of hard to hit his head. What's next? I think Teostra. Pretty sure. Feels so good to actually just finish a monster. And I have to spend like a week on it. Don't you need dragon damage to destroy the head? Not really. That is a myth about this game. Hard Deora Horn. That's the G rank version. Nice. It is not a myth? Well, I didn't use any dragon damage. That was a gold crown large. Well, I mean, people think it's true about Deora. That's all. That's all, Ryan. It's a myth about that. There are other monsters in the game that have elemental dependent breaks. Hey, Leo Breaker, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. How was your stream tonight? We just beat Kushala Deora in G rank. A lot of people think you do, Ryan. That's all I meant by that. All right, what's next? What's next is, oh, we haven't, oh gosh, that's obnoxious. Look at that. Because it has a different quest, we need to kind of clear that quest in order to have cleared both of the Kushala Deora quests. We'll do that some other time. We're going to start with Teostra next. So I'm going to let you guys choose my weapon for that. How goes the hunts? We just finished Kushala, which felt really nice. He was really beating us up at first, but I was able to settle into it. It wasn't too bad. Which, I mean, makes sense. I think Heavy Bowgun's a kind pick. All right, this is going to be cool. I'm really excited for this. So, if you guys would like to choose my weapon for G-Rank Teostra, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. You finished God of War's story tonight? Cool, nice. I watched some videos about that game when it came out, about what that was like. I hope you liked it. Are you excited for the next game that they announced recently? Like, officially announced recently? Hooray! A G-Rank Elder Dragon they didn't take a whole week of prep for. Very much excited for the next installment. Good. You picked a good time to play through the game and finish it. Right around the time when they announced that new one. Yep. To anyone who's new in the chat, if anyone is new, how those weapon raffles work, what I was just talking about, is that you can type !ticket and your name kind of gets put into like a imaginary hat. If I pull your name, you get to choose what weapon I'm going to use for the next hunt. I like that over like a poll because it means that everyone just kind of gets an equal shot at eventually getting to just choose my weapon, and they can put whatever they want. And I'll give it the best shot I can. I think that's more fun than having a poll, because then no one like bands together to win or something, or one weapon doesn't always get chosen or something like that. It's up to the whim of whoever's choosing. It's gonna be your 100th platinum. That's huge, Lego Breaker. I have 0 platinums. Oops. Oh, 10, not 100? Oh, I don't know how I read 10th, but still. Or I don't know how I read 100th, but still. Even 10, that's a lot more than I've got. That's cool. 100 would be pretty excessive, wouldn't it? That was a nice quest. I really enjoyed that. Wasn't cheesy heavy bow gunning. We didn't flash bomb him. We didn't auto reload him. That was just some good old bow gunning. When you play GU, will we also get to pick style 5 years from now? I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm going to do about that game. I don't even know how I feel about that game 100% of the time, because like it's not like across the board like, oh, Adept is clearly the most broken style for every weapon, because it's not always true. But it's just like for each weapon, there's like one style that's like objectively like pretty strong, and there are some other ones that are like just okay. And I think that's neat, but it makes me feel weird about the really good one is, or it makes me feel weird about the really good ones. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. I haven't even played all the styles for all the weapons yet, so. I'm like so much more of a curmudgeon than I was when I first started playing Monster Hunter and I played GU in Generations. Like, Adept Lance is so cheesy. You get like the best block in the game with like an easy follow-up, and you can equip all of the crit and evade skills that you want. And do guard and evade lance on the same setup. We'll have to see what we do when I get there. I think no matter what, I will likely not be using the absolute readiness or absolute evasion arts. I will likely not be using those. I know it's not that good. You're gonna have to open your mind a little more, maybe so. I'm so happy. We finished a Kushala. Adept Charge Blade was really fun. I played Charge Blade in GU. I don't know, Uchi, that's what they just asked, and I said I wasn't sure. You're all good. I figured as such. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be a while, so we don't have to answer that now. I think I might have to play that a little bit by ear. Alright, anyways, last call for the weapon raffle. If you want to choose my weapon for Teostra, go ahead and type !ticket. I think that would just take too long, Crystal. Alright, here we go. Let's see what I'm going to use. Benz! Benz, what would you like me to use for this G-Rank Teostra, our first G-Rank Teostra in Freebie Night? It's not rigged. Let's just give a shot to changing our category back to Freeman Night. Does it work? Nope. Now we're streaming without a category. RIP. Yep, choose wall bends. You can choose any of the 11 weapons and I'll try it out. Longsword, let's do it. Let's look at Teo's hit zones. I don't know them. Yep, let's look at those hit zones here. There's a hit zone in here for a Cantor Angry, which I think is funny. I would believe that Abominable, at least a little bit. Okay. Teostra hit zones. How'd we do against Kush? We did it, Game God. We killed it. It took one repel, and then we killed it right after that. So, for cutting type damage, Teostra is weakest on its head with a 45, then its stomach, tail, and forefoot with 35. Its hind legs are 25, so they're not great. It's weakest to dragon, and then follow that up with water. I don't have a good dragon longsword, so I think we're going to go with water. I do have a decent water longsword, and I think it'll fit pretty well in with our set. So we're going to just try and jump in there with our regular longsword set and the water longsword, and we're going to see how it goes, because I don't know what I need for Teostra. If we need a special set for it, we'll figure it out. But we get to use a really cool longsword, which makes me happy. Happy we farm this thing up. Look at this thing. So sick. So sick. All right, I gotta grab a bunch of items. So we're definitely gonna need some cool drinks. What else are we gonna need? We'll probably bring a Firecaster. Oh my goodness, Rosianna with the big raid. Welcome everybody. Welcome from Rosie's stream. Rosie came just in time for Teostra. That's probably good. Welcome everybody from Rosie. I hope that Rosie had a good stream tonight. Gonna be comfy? We'll see if it's comfy or terrifying. Okay, I'll bring a flash bomb just in case. I'm bringing bombs. I've got cool drinks. Thank you so much for the raid, Rosianna and friends. What longsword is that? This is the Atlantica longsword. I think it's mostly ore. Okay, let's see. What am I missing here? Not that much, I don't think. We now have space where we can bring the armor charm and power charm, which is kind of nice. It ended very abruptly with Vespoid shenanigans. Oh, that sucks. Thanks for the reminder, Ryan. I will bring them. I will bring some gourmet fish, for we may need them. I think we've got everything we need. If we don't, I'll remember it later on. Welcome, Mortada. Oh, we already ate and everything too. Fish counteracts the aura wonderfully. All right, let's see. Let's see it. It's been a long time since I've fought a Teostra in this game. It's been over a year since I fought Teo. It was a sour end of a good run. It sounds like the game's been really mean to Rosie recently. Game God, that's not their fault. And you know it. Emperor of Flame. Whew. First G-rank Teostra, here we go. Forget stakes. Forgot stakes. Knew I was forgetting something. Bummer. That sucks. Sorry, folks. Half dam. welcome. Thanks for the follow. I guess hello everyone from Rosie's stream. If you guys haven't met me before, I'm Ristretto. It's nice to meet you guys. I stream lots of Monster Hunter, from the old ones like this up towards some of the newer ones. How I play through these games right now is I'm trying to clear all the quests. I'm trying to use all the weapons pretty evenly. And to do that, I'm letting chat choose the weapon most of the time. So just a couple minutes ago, someone chose Longsword for Teostra, and so I'm going to learn how to do Teostra with Longsword. I don't need to go by the farm because we just abandoned. I just need to grab steaks and eat, and then we're good. Okay. Welcome back, Ken, by the way. It was the best starting zone. RIP. Can you show weapon usage? Sure. Which happens with Free Midnight category on Twitch. Half-damn, yesterday Twitch made some sort of a change that got rid of not just Monster Hunter categories, but a bunch of categories on Twitch. Earlier today, they tweeted like, oh, we made a change and some of you guys are confused. Feel free and give us feedback about it, which I think that they just screwed up and they need feedback to figure out how to put things back together again. But in any case, here's a topic about Monster Hunter on their feedback forum if you want to upvote it, so that they put those categories back. That's why I'm in Portable 2nd G instead of Free Midnight, because this is not Portable 2nd G. That's a lot of steak. What'd you do to farm it all? You can buy raw meat from the granny, and you can give meat to the cats in here to cook it for you. There you go. Like that. I'm gonna have to re-remember how the whole snap thing works. I think I remember how it works with Teostra in this game. We'll see. Okay, take 2. I'll probably have forgotten something equally important this time. Emperor of Flame. Worried about Rosie, she left in silence. Okay, I hope she comes back soon. This is her favorite fight. It is Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G, but not Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G. Yeah, this is the closest category. There he is. Whoa. Oh god, remember. Oh, the charges. Alright. That means it's gonna be close. Yeah, red is close. Red sparks are close explosions. Taunt? Yeah. There, I hit its head. Taunt? Yep, taunt. Yep, and yellow's far away. I remember that now. Ouch, so that's not safe. At least not draw slash. Maybe a fate slash off to the side? Yep, that swipe's gonna get me. You can roll forwards through it, I think. This is a bad position to be in. Really good song. Ooh, okay. One too many options there. Here comes the tail. Okay, he's gonna swipe a lot if you're anywhere near his head. Good to know. More than Kashala did. How big is it? It's not that big. At least not when he's not enraged. Okay. Yep, okay. I couldn't get out of the way there fast enough. Okay. I bet Uchi. Pulling double duty. How's his hit zones? They're not great. It's like, here, let's refresh. I looked at it like 5 minutes ago. I've already sort of forgotten. So let's take a look before we head back up into the volcano here. Yeah, I saw that recital. It wouldn't have hit me there because I was a little bit off to its side, or it probably wouldn't have hit me there, except it was up against a wall. So this is Teo's cutting hit zones. His head's a 40. His stomach, his tails, and his front legs are all 35. Then he's weak to water on his head and on his tail, and then a little bit everywhere else. So we're tacking on a little bit of extra damage with water. We really want to be going for his head and his front legs. Yeah, they're not great. They're not great. Impact doesn't really get anything that much better because I don't think it's that easy to proc a hit with impact on the stomach. Hello, Migsalog, you're Miguel. I remember. It's tough sometimes, honestly, when people come in and they're like, hey, I used to be this person, and then you have like 3 of those people within like 2 days. It's like, who was who? Oh no! But I think you're the only person to change their name in chat. Don't take that as an invitation. What's happening? We killed Kushala. I should probably update the stream title, actually. Sorry for another pause, real quick. First G3 Teostra attempts. It is a lot of names to keep track of, Basil. I try my best. Alright, let's get us a kitty. Let's get us a Teostra. That theme's so good. Give me that theme again. I don't even care if I'm dying. I just need that theme, dude. Thanks, Basil. He's a great monster in general. Yeah, I think so too. Haven't seen a Freedom 2 Teo. 2nd gen Teo is something. It's the OG. I mean, like, I know that Freeman 8 Teo probably moves a whole lot differently than Dose Teostra, but even still. I think if I remember from watching Angani fight Teostra, they spawn you on the tower with Remobra circling around him. Which is something special. Okay, the aura is now active. That's going to be up close. Let's see if we get destroyed by getting close to it. That's going to be up close as well. The aura also hurts you a lot more in Dose, I think. It's a lot bigger, and it hurts you more than it is for us right now. Yeah, I can see how the gourmet fish would be helpful for that. Oh, that's going to be far away. We're going to try and outrange it. Yep. Let's try this. Uh-oh. Well, at least we ate the fish. I gotta figure out the positioning for this guy. Which one's longer, Gourmet or Immunizer? I'm not sure. I could not tell you. Does he explode in this generation? No, that was something that was added in 4th gen. God darn it, that's supposed to be a Superman dive. Nope, he has no Nova in this game. He only has this flame aura. It's currently threatening to consume us. God darn it, Teostra. You're like a Rajang. What does the fish do? The fish increases your recovery speed, so it will increase the rate at which your red health regens. So it's really nice for being around his aura. I should have eaten it before going in there. I think for this hunt it might pay to just always have a fish active. What's your fire resist looking at? 3. He's just a G rank Elder Dragon, and this is armor from like G2, mid G2 and G1, with some high rank thrown in. So it's not the most defensive armor, I suppose. It's got 503 defense. And that's with both charms and talents. High rank armor, there are 2 pieces of high rank armor. The torso and the arms. They're just that good. There are probably pieces by now in the game that could replace them, but I like this set. This set is, I think, my favorite G-Rank set I've made. I like it way better than the G-Rank set that carried us through G-Rank last time. I like Sword and Shield a lot. I don't get to play Sword and Shield all that much in Freemi Night, but I really like it. People don't choose Sword and Shield for me very much in this game. What skills does this set provide? It provides Sharpness +1, Crit Eye 1, Health Rec items improve, which means that your potions heal you more, and Razor Sharp, so your sharpness goes down slower. Crit Eye 1 needs a weapon with 2 slots, though. So that's the skill that drops out. I forgot to eat the fish. Gosh darn it. Safe to eat the fish while he's doing that, I think. Pretty fit, or at least decently safe. God. Yep, we gotta get used to existing around the Teostra. This is just like the first Kushala attempt. Wow, look how much damage that did to us just being by him. At least I think that came from just being by him. Ugh. Is he leaving, or is he going to do the Flame Breath? Oh well. I don't need to just let the red health regen on its own. It's a nice thing. Sub 10 triple cart? Probably not yet. I don't think it'll be a sub 10 triple. Did we already cart twice? Oh, we already carted twice. Maybe it'll be a sub 10 triple. We'll see. Hey, Cameron Keys. Welcome. I hope you're doing well tonight, Cameron Keys. We managed to fell the Kushala Deora with Heavy Bowgun, which was fun. Now we're taking on our first Teostra, and he is tough, but his theme is awesome, so it's okay. That's how it works in Monster Hunter. If the music is good enough, it doesn't matter if you're dying. I don't know if you guys knew that. You probably did. What element? This is a water element longsword. This is the Atlantica. 1296, some purple, and some water element. It doesn't take that much water, so like we could have gone for a longsword that had higher raw or more crit or something. God darn it, Teostra. Wow. That was a stinker of an attempt, but oh well. Nico Red, thank you for the follow. Miss me to talk about weapons. No, I don't have any dragon weapons, Ryan, because I haven't fought a Fatalis. And most of the dragon weapons in the game are Fatalis. We could use the Garuga longsword that has poison, but I think this will be a better choice. We're just going to have to deal with the aura. We have enough healing for it. It's just about getting used to how he moves around so we can attack him and not die. Which might take me a minute, and that's okay. It would be no fun at all. Well, maybe not no fun, but it would be a lot less fun if we just were able to kill him straight away. Yep, that's all it is. Basil is going to be learning some openings. We'll get there. Yeah, I know. Garuga's poison is not very good. Hi, Ryaka. Welcome. Thanks for dropping by and saying hello. How you doing tonight? We're new to this category because our usual category got nuked by Twitch this week. But not new to the game. New to this fight we're doing, though. You've been had? What? One trick you can use for Teostra's Horn is bringing a cat with dragon attack. At least one stray hit will get the horns, and that's all you need. If we need to break his horns, I'll bring something different. The only actually good dragon weapon I've got is the Silver Rook Gun Lance. Yeah, I'm not going to be bringing a cat. We can take a look at the weapons real fast and see if we've unlocked any good G-rank dragon weapons after completing Ukanlos. I can take a look at that. Maybe there'll be a good option in there. Let's see. Maybe a Laoshan option or something. I don't think there's a Laoshan longsword, but if there was... Actually, I think there is, but I think it's a fire longsword. Oh, it's time to sell some power seeds. We have 999 of them. How's the hunts last night? We just got wrecked by Teostra. Completely wrecked. So we're going to look to see if there are any good G-rank longswords that we unlocked after beating Ukanlos that could be more useful. So this is Hard Gaoren Claw, Azure Laoshan Claw, and Hard Fire Dragon Claw. I think Hard Fire Dragon Claw is going to come from Teostra. And this is a fire longsword anyways. Ooh, that's hot. That's super hot. That's really low raw, but high dragon. All we need is 2 more Laoshan rubies. Did you kill Kush? We did, yeah, with heavy bowgun. Yep, we're on to Teostra. That's a really hot looking longsword though. That's cool. We could bring the Wyvern Blade Holly G. That actually would be a good idea. Does it have 2 slots? 1 slot, so we'd lose Crit 1, but that's okay. We could do it. We have the Rathian Heavenly Scale. The raw is kind of bad, but oh, I don't know. It'd be a cool longsword. Hard to decide. Why is it a good idea? For Teostra to cancel out his aura. It has high poison. The other poison longsword in G rank, which is Garuga's, is pretty low poison. How do you unlock G weapons craft? Half damn you have to beat Ukanlos. We recently killed our first Ukanlos. And so we unlocked these G weapons here. What do you guys think? We could do it. It does, but for not very long, Ken. First phase, go with elemental auto reload. We're not using heavy bowgun for Teostra, we're using longsword. We're just gonna give it a couple more tries with our current loadout. We haven't given it enough tries yet to, gosh darn it. We haven't given it enough tries yet to really know what we need. We don't have any dragon weapons last need, sorry. There aren't many good dragon weapons until you've already killed most of the other dragons. Which is great. Gotta cycle the quest real fast to get Teostra to show up again. Ryaka, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you doing tonight? And no, Thomas Smith, Black Katana did not have dragon. Fight Fatalis. Fatalis is gonna be the last thing we do in this game. Is that a Nargacuga? That's so cute. Oh my god, I love it. Enjoy your lurk. Go down the Lao upgrade tree. I don't know that we need to go out, like, I think we need to spend some more time with Teostra real fast to see if we need to make another weapon. Like, I don't know if damage is going to be a problem. I don't know if damage is going to be enough of a problem to go farm up 2 more Laoshan rubies. Like, I'd rather spend that time getting used to the fight, I think. If then we have trouble with damage, then we can go farm some Laoshan rubies. Or if you're talking about the regular Laoshan weapons, I don't know if there is a regular Laoshan longsword. There might be. Yeah, exactly, Abominable. Dragon is essentially locked off until you've done Fatalis in this game. So I've kind of gimped myself by not doing Fatalis until now, but oh well. That's how we're doing things. We have a Chameleos, but still no Teostra. You know what? Hang on. If we're going to be cycling quests, we're at least going to get free honey out of it. There's an Ashen Laoshan longsword. That sounds cool. Well, Ryaka, I know you said you were going to lurk, but if you have any questions about Classic Monster Hunter, feel free and ask. I like talking with people about Classic Monster Hunter a whole lot. Yeah, if we wanted to break the horns. I got you, Ken. Cool. I appreciate the recommendation. Your first is 4U. 4U is kind of classic now. This is the wrong place to be. So scatterbrained. I don't think he's, I mean, hang on, let me take a look at his hit sense. I don't think he's that weak to dragon. I mean, he takes less dragon than he does raw. So I don't think prioritizing that low raw and that high dragon is worth it. I think at that point you just want to invest in a really nice G3 longsword. Yeah, I think that's the case, Basil Boy. But it's fun to hypothesize too. Yeah, I don't think we'll need a new weapon. This one seems like a nice balance of applicable element and raw to me. It won't break his horn, but if his horn is anything like Kushala Daora's horn, it's not like we're going to break it anytime soon anyways. Did we get the Teostra to show up? We did, and he's in the swamp now. That's cool. Teostra in the swamp. Hopefully that doesn't mean the early elemental hit zone is massive. Not on longsword. There shouldn't be mobs. There should not be mobs in this quest. If there are mobs, it's going to be messed up. Okay, well, apologies for the false starts on the Teostra. The game felt like not giving me the quest. Shut the cutscene play more often. Teostra in the swamp. A midnight audience. The Teostra's hideaway can only be found during the darkest hour, but I've done it. Now, if you can keep a secret, I'll tell you where it is, and of course, you'll be well rewarded. From the ill-reputed informant. There better not be swamp mobs. I'm gonna be sad if there's swamp mobs. Recital Mode, it was Capcom's best-selling game of all time. Okay, he starts up in the field, because of course he does. Basil Boy, that's up to you. I'm not going to tell you one way or another. I'm not going to be. I mean, a lot of people stop playing lots of games. I don't understand that argument that much. I mean, it's not as big a game as, like, Fortnite, but in terms of Monster Hunter, it's the biggest Monster Hunter ever. That is a humongous Teostra. That is the far away one, so we're safe to combo the head. Dragon's here, take it. I can't find it. Oh, I see it now. It's over there. I'll try last need. Got it. Dragon treasure, there you go. He's huge, he's terrifying. What happens when you get full meter? In this game, it just boosts your damage. It boosts your damage for, I don't know, probably like 90 seconds, maybe more. Ouch. But there's no actual gauge levels, like there's no combo finisher in this game. The ESP is there even before the gauge is full, though. You just need some gauge to have ESP. Mind's eye. We gotta get that fish on us. Ow. Not good. That's close to him, so we're okay to heal. Let's grab the fish when we can. It's not full ESP? It's full ESP. It is. There's no such thing as degrees of ESP. Last need, you're wrong, I'm sorry. Front legs are the better hit zone. Back legs are at 25, front legs are 35. We just looked. Oh, what? What happened there? I'm confused. No, they've definitely changed the hit zones over the years. But that's what it is in this game. Recital Mode, I'm with Ken. Like, whether people keep playing the game or not, there will always be more people playing that game or kind of loving on that game than any other game in the series thus far. It is the biggest game in this series and the biggest game in Capcom's ever put out. I think trying to argue that it's anything but huge is really foolhardy. Even I'm looking forward to going back and playing it again. Ouch. Okay, I really need to watch myself on that swipe. I need to delay my roll so I can roll through it. Okay, that's close by. We can heal. I don't think so, Uchi. There's not lasting need. There's no such thing as a blast blight in this game. Or like a powder effect in this game. I don't think so, at least. Yeah, it's not even close. I hope I'm actually going to be able to get my gauge full sometime during this fight. Off he goes. That's okay. We didn't die. That's nice. Early supplies, too. Supplies at 5 minutes is pretty nice in G rank. Oops. That was a little earlier than I meant to. Go through the area. I got the gauge full. Messed that up. Really messed that up, spacing wise. That spacing would work. You have to be a lot closer though. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, can't go in right now. I think I see it too last need. I might see what you're talking about. It would also explain why I randomly blew up. If I'd been like hanging out in his zone too long or something. You might charge in after that. Yup. Ooh, got that bounce because white sharpness. That's rough. I'm starting to feel this out, I think. We might get run over for this. Nope. How nice. We should repaint ball. Okay, that's up close, so we can heal out here. Should probably take another one of the fish at some point. But his R is not active right now, so we probably don't need to worry about it. Those charges are so tricky to dodge. Like you go to Superman dive and it's too late. He's already on top of you. Although that move is like the same all the way through the world. It's kind of cool. Both of those spirit swings missed. That really hurts. Oh, that got a lot bigger, I think. I could be tripping, but I think it did. Whoops. Ooh, that's mean. Look at that. All right, that's a close-up explosion. Let's get out of there. Is he leaving? Cool. See ya. Is he going back up to the field? He is. Interesting. I like this game. I like this fight. This fight's fun. This fight is so much better than Kieran. So much better. Oh, that hurts, that hurts. That whiff was so bad. Okay, yeah, I see what Last Need's talking about. If you stand close to him too long, a little particle builds up around you and then you explode. That's very different than 4th gen. That's almost more obnoxious than 4th gen. Because it's not even like it gets applied to you and then you have to roll it off. It's just like if you stand too close to him for too long, you get blown up. Good night, Crystal. Wow, it's really short. I don't get it. How are you supposed to deal with that? You don't need to stand close to it for it to do that. Is that just part of that move and I've forgotten about it? I think that's part of that move, Last Need. I don't think it's about standing close to him. I think it's about during that charge up move, he has an explosion that'll target you. So you have to keep running. And it doesn't always happen. I think that's what's going on there. By the way, let's just roll out of it. I thought it was something that was attached to me. It's not. It's hard to see when it does it in this field. Okay, I see it right there. I'd forgotten all about that part of this fight. All about it. It's a big fire. Imagine if all the leaves like caught fire. Oh god, Teostra. Nope, it's in this game. It's in this game in high rank too. I remember it vaguely now, Abominable. It's possible that high rank Village Teo has it because he's the same as G rank Teo in terms of moveset, but it might not be in high rank Hub. Okay, it's not happening this time. Oh, it is. Roll away. Got it. Is it happening this time? Nope. I got tripped there. It's interesting to me. I can't see anything. Oh, free minute, never change. Oh, I don't know if I was too close there, or if he did the tracking move and I didn't see it under my feet because of a weird angle or something. I'm not totally sure what happened there. Too close? Okay, that's what I thought too. Let's get back after him. Oops, that was a little sloppy. Wow, we were that close. Okay, we gotta let that health heal back. Jesus, Teostra. Thanks, Morgatti. There is sort of a rush because of the repel, but even if we miss the damage threshold before the repel, we can still repel him later. Ouch, man, that homing is so tough. Oh, I was so ready to roll through that, and I didn't. I was so ready. I was like, I'm gonna roll it this time. Nope. Yep, I like the system too, Morgatti. I think it's pretty cool. What a cool noise his little explosions have. think what I've gathered tonight is that people in chat really like Resident Evil. Whoops. Hey, I rolled it that time. Should repaintball him, I think. Okay, that's far away. Make sure there's no explosion by us. There was an explosion by us, but we ran right through it. Cool. Door. I'm not minding you, I'm just surprised. We're not surprised, but like impressed, I guess? I don't even know. I could get down with the campiness of it. I think it would still just make me anxious being starved for resources and stuff like that. The campiness sounds awesome though, of that series. I love some campy games. He tripped me. I got in. This makes you want to fight Teo. It's a friggin' good fight. I'm enjoying myself. This is so much more fun than Kieran. Oh, okay. I got a little confused about when it exploded. I got it now. Agreed, Ken. Oh, God. Hello. I wasn't expecting that. This is a safe place to heal, right? Oh, I was so ready to roll that. Did you beat Kieran? I did, yeah. We beat Kieran with Hunting Horn with 3 seconds left on the clock last night. And then tonight, we already beat Kushala, and we're trying to beat Teostra. Oh, right. Right. Okay, you have to watch out for it with that yellow one, no matter where you are. That yellow move. Starting to get a little low on healing here. We could far cast out and go get supplies. Feels like a realistic thing to do, but I'm just gonna keep fighting it out. Wish you were watching? It's in the VOD from yesterday. It was a crazy moment. I'm not proud of the fight. Like, it was not an overly smooth fight, but we finished it, and that's what matters, I guess. Wow, that was so delayed. Him tripping us there. What'd you use to beat Kieran? Hunting Horn. We used the Tigrex Hunting Horn and a new Hunting Horn set we made that gives us Crit Eye 3, Flute Expert, and Razor Sharp. I did not do Hunting Horn to how Recital Mode would have. I was trying to do it how Ryan would have. some of the Kieran armor weapons are good. Well, they are just gonna have to. They're just gonna have to suck it up. Last night, I'm not making them. At this point in the game, it doesn't matter. I don't have any more Tigrex to kill. I mean, I still want to kill more Tigrex, but I'm not making those thunder weapons if they take Kieran parts. That fight sucks. I'm not spending any more time delaying 4 ultimate by doing that fight. We're going straight into 4 ultimate. Not right now. By the time we're done with not 3 ultimate, nope. We already spent a lot of time with 3rd generation. We did all of portable 3rd this spring. Thanks, Basil. Yep, I'm going to do it where I'm going to spend lots of time with each game, and then we'll probably take a break from that game's generation for a long time. We did all of 4 ultimates, low rank and high rank, this spring. And we're going to be doing all of its G rank this fall and winter. And then we're going to be playing Monster Hunter Rise. Ugh. No potions right now, by the way. I really should have eaten a fish before coming in here. Let's see if we can't get one off. Wait for the explosion. I've been thinking about that, Basil. I've been thinking about that. I'm not sure what's going to come next. Nice, we repelled it. That feels really good. All right, let's square off against him one more time and let's kill him. Glad we got the repel. Repel with no carts, too. No more potions left, but no carts. Gen 1 after that. At some point, we're going to do Gen 1. I don't know when, but we're going to do it. When I made the new Monster Hunter G? Not anytime soon. Sorry. We'll do some one-offs of that game, but that's all. For now. Oh, I'm so glad I got my Teostra Carapace from this G-rank Teostra. Dude, Freemanite, that's just messed up. With how long, I mean, like, this quest didn't take that long because it's our Elder Dragon Repel, but like, with how long some of these quests take, it is so bad that you can get, like, low rank and high rank parts. So bad. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom before we keep going, but we're going to square off against Teo again and hopefully down him. This feels good. I like this matchup a lot. Thanks a lot to Benz for the matchup request. This is super fun. New weapon pick? Nope. Sorry. I'm gonna kill the monster with the weapon. The weapon we've been chosen. We could think about doing, if we were going to be farming it, like if we were going to be fighting lots and lots of these armor, or lots and lots of these monsters, we could switch it up, but for my first time clearing them, I'm okay sticking with one weapon for the repel and then for the kill. Hope you get Volcano. Why? What for spazzing? What does it give? I think Kaiser gives lots of crit eye in this game, right? Oh, so you get both quests in one kill? I gotcha. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Close to that 100k. Reckless Abandon and Sharpness. We'll probably make it at some point, yeah. I'm going to be doing a round of... What we're going to be doing here is we're going to be finishing killing all of the Elder Dragons in G3. After Teostra, I think we have Chameleos, Yamatsukami, and Shengalren. After that, I'm going to be collecting lots of weapons and making some endgame armor sets. We're then going to do a bunch of multi-monster quests that are left in G3 that we haven't done yet. And then we're going to do Fatalis and we'll be done with Freeman Knight after that for now. The room up north with the eruption is gorgeous. Night tornado, night volcano is cool. Okay, so instead of hot drinks, we want cool drinks. Got our max pots, we got a Farcaster. We have some whetstones. Have some paintballs. Take our fish with us. Take our steak with us. Thanks, Last Need. I try not to think about it too much. Okay, I already went by the farm. I couldn't remember. Did I already eat? I did eat. Okay, well, let's go. Let's see what we get here. Hopefully we have a Teostra. We don't have to reset. That would suck. There we go. Slay the Teostra in the volcano. Let's get it. Let's get it. Sweet Home for the NES, Ryan. That's what you think you should start with. That's a deep cut. It looked pretty complex for the NES. That hitbox is really special. Really special. Wait for the explosion to go off. There was not one this time. Did I remember my herbs? I forgot my herbs. No. Anything but the herbs. Yeah, that's what I thought might happen. That sucks. Not worth the trade. Okay, let's get it. Not the herbs, dude. We need those herbs. Okay. You can't just roll into him because he can charge into you. What's he doing? Taunting, and then taunting. And then exploding. A little bit too far away. Oh, that's rough. This is a really bad spot to be in. Oh my god, Teostra. Bye. Not about that. I'll take a nap. It's not a great start. It's not a great start. Oh dear. Oh wait, no, I already have a hot cool drink. That was a waste. Nap is too OP. You only get one quest like that. GG rank. Yep. Alright. Let's see if we can actually hit him. Not cool, Teo. The big one. I actually like this fight quite a bit, Gecko. It's so much better than Kieran, it's not even funny. That's not nice, Ken. It's not nice at all. Yeah, Thomas Smith, I'm with you. Should we eat another fish before coming in here? Let's prep it. If he does one of his time wasters, we can eat the fish. Why no dragon sword? You know why, Gecko. Yep, they just said so in the direct about this particular update. IRB Gilja, they mentioned that the Ace Cadet was the one who's in Monster Hunter Iceborne, or Monster Hunter World Iceborne. Monster Hunter Iceborne? My god, Teostra. Thank you. This area sucks. Didn't know there was an announcement? Like the Fatalis update. Yeah, the Fatalis update announcement for Monster Hunter World Iceborne. They talk about a little bit of the details of how the Fatalis event is going to work, and they mention that the Ace Cadet is there, and that he is the Ace Cadet. Announcement for what? Like nothing new. Like several weeks, like a month ago, for Fatalis, for the Fatalis update for Iceborne. I know, Gecko. I just didn't feel like farming it up. At least not right now. Last thing, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I used the poke pretty frequently last time. I don't know what you're talking about. No, nothing new came up recently. Nope. It was just in that developer diary where they talked about Fatalis, they mentioned that the excitable A-lister is the Ace Cadet. Like, straight up. Which is kind of cool. Ouch, yeah, that's the only thing you can't roll through after that move. We're okay. Nice. Is the charge. The charge is gonna get you if you're in front of him. double roar. We get a dragon tier. That's something. Just gotta wait for him to do one of his time wasters. And not that. Man, that curve though. This wasn't safe. We'll be okay. Barely. Oh, Teo, you suck so much. I hate you. I don't actually hate him, but man, that move is so infuriating in this game. He should not be allowed to chain it. This might suck. We're good. We didn't die. Cool, he's leaving. Give me your shiny for my troubles. Ancient dragon treasure. Ooh. Instant homing charge. Not just instant charge. Woof, paintball wore off. I shouldn't say things like I hate monsters. I don't generally hate most monsters. I mean, what do you call that? It's Ankh? Oh, okay. It's Ankh. I got you, last name. Okay, I understand. The game's so quiet without the Teostra theme. Alright, so we're gonna eat a power seed and fish. And we're gonna go ahead in. And we went to the wrong area. Neat. There he is. Hi. Let's fight. That's so useless. Oh, I see what you were going for. Oof. No, that sucks so much. Should have known better. Just in case it was the big one there. Which was not. I'm not gonna fight you over there. He seems like really, really determined to get into areas where it would be awful to fight him in. Like in the lava, in the loading zone, in a skinny corridor. His aura does quite a bit of damage. I think so too, Gecko. I think it would have as well. Wow. Alright, game. Alright. Alright, game. Fine, you want me dead? I'm dead. That's okay. I'll go peacefully. Jesus. The tail went, you're not allowed to live. I will continue to knock you down and smother you with my largest hitbox. I think he's better than Kieran. Gravios is better than Kieran. It unfortunately is. Gecko. I said that yesterday. I owned up. I was like, I'd probably rather just gun down a Gravios than fight this Kieran right now. Cool. Supplies are there. That's good. We haven't done that much damage to him. I don't know if we'll kill him before he flees. I mean, 22 is 220. It's not great, but it's something. That's like, okay. Oh, you want impact? Okay. All right. Bye, Teostra. Its aura is so big. Okay, finally. My goodness, I was waiting for that trip for so long. Didn't even hit its head. There's not much. I will not fight you over there. You darn lion. Oh. Oh, you're so weird, Teostra. That's the tail. That missed. Alright, that's the far away one. We have to wait to see if we're gonna explode. Nope, no explode. Weird flinch that. Aww. It just feels like he's a chore to fight in the volcano. Like in the swamp, it felt like it was a flat, open enough space that you could fight in most of the time. Most of the areas in the volcano kind of suck. Except, Ken, that there's an explosion that goes off sometimes during the yellow move. So you can't go ham wholly. You gotta wait until you see if that explosion happens, and then you can go in and go ham on it. Ouch. That hurt a lot. Are we dead? We're not dead. That's nice. Yep, there's the homing one right there during the yellow one. It does a quick smoke puff, and then you can roll out of the way, but if you're already attacking, you're kind of screwed. It happens pretty quick. I mean, I guess you could time your attack so that you could, like, hit him once or twice, then roll out of the way of that, and then do another attack or two, but it's kind of tough. I don't know if I'm going to kill him before the repel happens. We'll see. You're so obnoxious, dude. At least in the volcano, I really don't like him. Just like unreachable half the time. This is a very good survival instinct, Teostra. Yeah, that was greedy. That's such an odd option to go for. Ouch. It's going for the kill. Okay, so I have to look out. Run further away, look out for the homing shot, then heal. Cool. Run in, wait for the homing shot. Then go in. Go inside. Right, leave the homing shot out here. Go in. Yeah, too close. I probably should have rolled rather than trying to be aggressive there. I was hoping I'd get a trip or something. This is risky. Paid off. Missed it. Ouch. So much damage. Whew. That was a dumb time to heal. I'm surprised that didn't kill us. Oh. That was my own fault. We're pretty close to the base camp. We could run. But we're short on time now. Just gotta stick it out. We should also need to sharpen, too. Next time it does that, we can probably sharpen. How are you not stunned? We didn't get hit that many times. It was like 2 or 3. They just did lots of damage. He's leaving. Cool. We're gonna run back to base and grab some potions and then follow him. Long run back to base, though. This stupid area. This area bugs me so much when the lava's up. It's cool looking. It's kind of cool to fight in, but it's just a pain to walk through. It's really cool looking. Volcanic Hollow is pretty bad. No, I think you're right, Gecko. It takes a long time to get up to the top couple areas. Yeah, at least with Volcanic Hollow, you can like climb up one side pretty quickly, and you can also drop down really easily too. These bounce bombs or supply bombs? Bounce bombs. Yeah. They give you immunizers. That's so nice. Wow. This feels like Snowy Mountain, the volcano, is what this volcano feels like. Just with like slightly less actual climbing. Well, it's 25 minutes. We haven't repelled it. This clear hasn't gone, or this attempt hasn't gone super well. It's a lot harder to fight him in the volcano than in the swamp, I think. We can get some poison on him, though. We should probably wait for his aura to be active, but I almost just want to get damage on him. The aura is not that big of a problem. Of course, he went back to the area we were just in. That sucks to fight him in. That makes sense. He's very smart. Get our fish going on. Grab a mite seed. Let's go. Let's go. You're not gonna hit. Oh, I guess you could do the homing one. He did do the homing one. All right, there you go. Okay, I guess you could hit me there. Get wrecked. No, I shouldn't have said anything. He's just gonna burn the poison away. Oh, I didn't know it worked like that. That's a bummer. That move sucks. I'm getting a little frustrated with this attempt. That's okay. It's okay if it takes us 3 attempts at him. It's not the end of the world. This might be too close. No, we're okay. Feels like they designed this volcano for him explicitly. Oh, come on. Double jump. We getting a triple? Nope, a taunt. That's fine. Yellow. Okay, we gotta watch out. Okay. Cool. Yellow. Gotta wait. We're good. Okay, come back over here, cat. Thank you. Okay. That bums me out. That was not a great attempt, but at least that means we cleared both of them. Hello, Frenchie. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, at least that means we cleared both the Teo quests. It actually does mean more materials, because we're going to fight him 3 times, I guess? It could have been worse. We could have tripled. I don't mind Teostra too much. This area, like, I actually like his fight quite a bit. Frenchie, this area is the problem. You give Teostra, like, small corridors where you can't follow him, and it's just, like, a problem. That was our second repel. I'm glad we repelled him. I wanted to kill him, but I guess we hadn't done enough damage. Yeah, the swamp one's where it's at. Agreed. Swamp's like a nice, just flat area. This is awful. So many corridors and lava flows and everything. How did the hunts go tonight? Pretty good, Frenchie. Thanks for asking. How are you tonight? We cleared Kushala with heavy bowgun. We repelled him once, and then we killed him the second attempt. It took me a few attempts with both Kushala and Teostra here to kind of settle in. I'm still settling into Teo, I guess. Oy, oy, oy. Kind of a cool kill cam there. Alright, well, let's do that guy again. Let's do it till we kill him. Alright, did we get the quest again? Please be in the swamp. Gosh darn it. He's in the volcano again. Oh well, we'll keep trying. Is Longsword a raffle reward? It is, yes. Yep. Someone gave us heavy bowgun for Kush and longsword for Teo. Which is pretty nice. That's your new PB, isn't it, Game God? Congrats. That's awesome. Grinding it down. Sub 12. Gotta buy some more worms. Tonight's been a good night. As irritable as I am at Teostra from this very instant. It's been a nice night. Fighting things that aren't Kieran. I'm remembering my herbs this time. Gotta remember those herbs. Did Twitch fix the categories? Not yet. They did do a tweet today. I guess for those of you who might have joined the stream in the last few hours and not heard about this, Twitch removed the Freebie Night Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate and Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate categories on Twitch yesterday. They tweeted today that they made some sort of change and that they can see that people are confused about the change. They didn't mention what the change was. And they said to give them feedback. So I made a feedback ticket about the Monster Hunter games. So if anyone hasn't jumped into that feedback thread and given it an upvote, think about doing that so that they can restore those categories to Twitch so we can properly stream Freebie Night again. I don't want to always be a portable second G guy. Just bizarre. Alright, Teostra take 3. like as much of a kind of, it's not like a drag really, as much as like it feels sort of bad knowing that you have to take 3 quests to drain the health pool that maybe you could do in 1 or 2 if you were on your ball. It's nice to fight something that feels like it's such a foe that you have to fight it several times over. And it's nice to slowly wear it down. It's nice it works like that. I really do like this system quite a bit. Why did Kieran not have this mechanic? Because Kieran sucks. I think I brought the wrong type of bombs. Maybe you save bombs in case it sleeps? Nah. That's probably a good idea, Ken, but oh well. This is not wise, but I'm gonna do it. For the treasure. Woo! Got out of there. I think so too, Uchi. You could have used it. It would have made that fight a lot more bearable. That's not fair. I guess I staggered him out of whatever animation he was in. I'm gonna take this so we don't die. Thanks, Frenchie. I think it's just a misunderstanding or a glitch of some sort. Like, it doesn't seem like something where a human went in and went, we should probably remove these. It seems like they changed some kind of algorithm for like, oh, these 3 games are streamed somewhat regularly and they have similar titles or something like that. And so a lot of games that were similar got caught up in it. And in some of those cases, it's something that's good. In other cases, it's something that's bad, like in our case. What I don't like to see is people in other communities who are like the Pokemon community going, yeah, we should have one directory for all the Pokemon games. It's like, what are you on? Like, who wants to sift through a directory with like 15 different games trying to find the game they're looking for? Much less who wants to stream in that category. Yeah, there are people on there going like, yeah, we should really have one Pokemon category. No, you shouldn't. That sucks. Like, I'm okay if they wanted to put in like Pokemon series and then like subcategories for each game, but anyone who thinks that would be a good way of how Twitch should work is crazy. Like, maybe if you're like, I don't care what Pokemon I watch, I'm just gonna watch some kind of Pokemon, like maybe you're fine with that. You can just go like, I'm just gonna hit shuffle and just like watch a random Pokemon stream. But like, what? No, don't do that. That wrecks discoverability for people. That wrecks discoverability for streamers. That makes it hard for people to find like the game they're looking for. Like, awful. Awful, awful. Hey, Pantara. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Uchi. God, that sucks. I'm glad my voice doesn't sound like that. Uchi beat you to it, Ken.
Hello, my name's Stitch. My voice is too deep now because I'm 23, but
I almost commented at people on Twitter, like I almost started replying to tweets that were like replying to the Twitch category, like, yeah, please give us consolidated categories for series of games. Like I almost started tweeting at people like, no, don't do that. That's gonna be awful. But I was like, I'm about to like argue with someone on Twitter. I'm not gonna do that. And then I didn't. Thanks, Mark Daddy. I appreciate it. I don't think it's really about votes. I think it's just as long as there's enough there that we're like there somewhere, I think it'll be okay. Like, what I was trying to say is, I think it doesn't seem like something that was done intentionally. So I'm sure if they see enough people talking on Twitter, enough people on that support ticket, they'll go, okay, this one shouldn't get consolidated. Plus, with us, it's not like they even consolidated anything. They just deleted 3 games out of the series and went, there you go, stream in the Japanese version. Like, what? Sorry, I'm a little peeved about it. Uh-huh, I thought so. Pentara, you'd think it would be because of that, but I've checked both of the databases that people have said that Twitch can pull from, and they have the games. It's not a database issue, it's a Twitch consolidation issue. I've checked both Giant Bomb's directory and the IGDB, I think, and those games are still there. It's not a directory thing. It's not like a database thing. They did some kind of weird change. Frontier's gone too? I don't think so. Like, maybe if you just type in Monster Hunter Frontier, but if you type in Monster Hunter Frontier Z, or like with the names of one of their expansions, they're still there. Unless you meant that like the game itself is not still up, in which case you are correct, the game is not still up. Alright, this guy's got some stupid stuff. I like him in the swamp, though. Frontier is dead? Yeah, I mean, there are people who are working on Frontier. Yeah. They have broken images, but their categories exist. There are people who are working on a private server for Frontier, but Frontier is not online anymore. Capcom shut off the servers last December. For COG, Capcom Online Games. But yeah, I apologize for sounding rather heated about that. I don't want to come across as like rantish or childlike about it, because I think it's like something where I want to try and approach talking about it, both on stream and like with actual Twitch people, if I'm sending them a message or something, with like respect, with friggin' courtesy. It's not their fault. Whoever's going to reply to that is not the person who shut down the categories, surely. Wow, that somehow didn't hit us. Lovely hitbox, Teo. I have no such sympathy for the people who are like, please make all the games into one big directory. It'll be great. Like, no. Stop. Don't open your mouth. I think it probably makes sense for some games. Like, if you have a bunch of expansions for Frontier, maybe consolidate all those, but... Call it game. We were joking yesterday that it's going to be like, okay, your only category choices at the end of the world are ASMR, body paint, just chatting, and oddly enough, Amazon's Crucible game. Yeah, like probably not anything where they have a specific taste for like a certain game in particular. Not unless it's just like, I don't know, I can't even imagine what kind of game you'd be playing if you were like, I wish all these different games were just all a mess in the same one. Like, I cannot understand that line of thinking. Like, maybe if it's like different expansions of like Final Fantasy 14 and you can't even play them, or like no one plays the old one anymore, or I don't know. Yeah, I think that's currently the situation that's going on with Pokemon, Basil Boy. There's stuff with like all the different Age of Empires versions are now the same thing. Lucked out with that one. Is there any way to look at all games from a series as a whole? Not really. I mean, you can search for Monster Hunter or search for Pokemon and see what game categories pop up. But if a series has enough categories like Monster Hunter does, they won't even all show up in the search, because Twitch only like populates it with a certain amount of results. I wanted him to charge me. I was going to try and space a spirit attack to his head. I have a feeling. I was late. Welcome back, Ken. I'm hypothesizing you went to go look at the Monster Hunter categories. We're still fighting Teostra. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, Basil Boys. Like, you see those giant directories for like large games, like your Fortnites and your Call of Duties. It's like if you're in that category and you're anything under the first like like whatever number you need to be in the first like dozen streams, after those dozen you're having a hard time. And it's like if it's hundreds of streams, if it's thousands of streams or something, maybe not thousands, but if it's hundreds of streams, you're screwed. Twitch doesn't have that sort of discovery. You could always call up Twitch support and talk to a human about what the change was. I'll try that soon if it doesn't fix it. First thing I tried yesterday was tweeting at Twitch support, no reply. Today I tweeted at Twitch support and Twitch, no reply. We got that tweet from them about it. Asking us to put those support requests in, or the, you know, the feedback requests in. So I did, and got people to upvote it. I've tweeted at both Socks and Yuri, who are the community managers for Capcom and Monster Hunter. I haven't gotten a reply from them yet. I hope I do. Yeah, I mean, I would, Basil Point. Yeah. Much so as other people. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I might be okay at this point if I was in some gigantic Monster Hunter directory, but it would still be rough. It would still be bad. The bummer is, Ken, that's like the way they ask you to reach out to their support is via Twitter. I tried to roll it. Missed it. Anyway, sorry for sounding so upset about it. I'm a little frustrated. And like, I can still stream. There are going to be categories that are like similar enough to the game that I want to play that I can categorize my game as it, but like that's just a bummer. That's not how this should work. I shouldn't be putting my game in as Monster Hunter 4G or Portable 2nd G or Monster Hunter Tri when I'm streaming something differently. I shouldn't be putting it in the general Monster Hunter category for the PS2. Ouch. Maybe I should stop trying to fight Teo in a tiny corridor. I think that's probably a good idea. Yeah, like I said, I think it's just going to be that they made a mistake somehow in like changing up some part of their algorithm that handles categories and discovery. It just bothers me that they haven't really acknowledged that there's an issue. Like their wording was very much like, hey, people are confused about a change we made. And it's like, we're not confused about a change you made. The change you made screwed up a lot of what we do. An Ultimate Games collection, Ken. Just all these different series are all going to be part of the same collection. Be pretty cool, man. Hey, Renabee, welcome. I can't wait for my collection of Pokemon, Persona 5 Royal, Age of Empires, and Freeman Knight. It's gonna be really cool. Are you playing game right now? Huh? What do you mean, Boba Baba? Ouch. That charge, man. We might not be able to get out. We got out. We're good. Ish. We're good-ish. We're good. We're not good. Oh, okay. That was a good joke, Boba Baba. It went over my head. That big fire breath is like really big. Anyways, that's some like raw emotion about what's going on Twitch. It will likely get resolved. I think I'm just a little bothered. But I'm happy with our progress tonight in Freeman Night. It's been a good night, taking on the second gen famous elders, Kush and Teo. It feels fun to do these two in the same stream. Not like poetic, but like just fun, cool. If that's the raw, then what would the element be? Is salt an element? I guess it is sodium, right? I'm gonna make a chemistry joke, and I'm gonna hope it's not incorrect because it probably is. I didn't do well in chemistry. But if so, that would be my element right now, is the salt element. Sodium is an element? Oh, good. I'm glad I wasn't wrong about that. Hey, look, a limp. Hey, you. Mirror. The end is near. Is it NA? Hello. Sodium is an element, but it's not salt. Aw, okay, never mind. Well, my joke almost makes sense. Oh my god, damn, Stress, stop. There are many salts. It's fair. Sodium chloride is table salt. Any alkali metal chloride can be called a salt. Neat. Like I said, I was really bad at chemistry. I did not do well in that class at all. That sounds like a pretty okay set to me, Morg Daddy. Stuck behind the wings again. Should I go for the tail when I'm back here, honestly? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. God. I want that so bad. He's so fast, though. I want to get a stagger with him charging at me and me doing Spirit 1. It's not going to work out. Hello, Biaikos. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. Dang, it's so big. We're trying to slay our first G-rank Teostra. He's being a jerk. I'm gonna keep trying it. It's so dumb. You actually need to start it like when he's like first beginning to move. It's crazy. Ouch, that's gonna hurt. Please don't jump again. Oh, he jumped again. Please don't jump again. He didn't jump again. Cool. There we go. Oh. The Teo is dead. We slew our first Teostra and our first Kushala in the same night. That feels pretty good. Now for Cammy, we're not going to do that tonight. We're going to save Chameleos for tomorrow. Thanks, Mark Danny. Sorry for coming across so salty there. Most of that's just Twitch stuff bleeding in. I like Teostra's fight. This area is not the best for him, I don't think. But his fight's pretty good. Like, when you're boxing with him up close, it feels awesome. Twitch salt is the tastiest. I don't want to get into the world of Twitch drama or Twitch salt. Ooh, what's that over there? Fire Dragon Jewel. That's pretty nice. Nice. Cool. Good rewards. I don't know if that's a high rank part or a G rank part, but I'm happy. We slew our first Kushala and our first Teo in the same night. I figured last. I figured it. Still nice though. Oh yeah, someone asked to see weapon usage earlier and I forgot to show it. Let's show that now. We've done 474 G rank level quests in this game. That's almost as many as low rank, which is pretty crazy. Here's our weapon usage. Everything's over 50 now, which feels nice. Yep, I've only hunted one Chameleos. That was only my 4th Teostra. I've hunted more Kushala than I think any other Elder Dragon. Nope, I've hunted more Kirin, I guess. Okay. I'd love to get them all over 100 someday. Whoops. And before Kaiser Crown, I mean, let's see, can we make it? I'm not going to make it right now, Spazzing, because I don't need it for a set yet, but let me take a look. We cannot make it yet. Or no, this is Empress Crown. Empress Mask. Kushala Glare, Kushala Snarl. Evade an anti-fire dragon, okay. Wide area, stamina. Doesn't look like we got what we need to make the Kaiser one. Because we didn't break his horn, probably. I don't have that many good dragon weapons. We have to go back in explicitly for that, I think. Look at the Teostra chest? Sure. There it is. Kaiser Mail. Looks nice. Can almost make that. Gives Expert and Anti-Chameleos, I guess. Yep, it's this design here. You're passing out. Well, thanks for chilling with us tonight, Thomas Smith. Thanks for being here. Cool. We've killed almost everything in the game. Crazy. All right. I think I'm gonna run by the farm here. After the farm, I think I'm going to sign off of Freeman Night and do a little bit of Super Mario Galaxy. We've been enjoying that as sort of an after show recently. Our next thing to do is going to be Chameleos, and I'm not going to try that in like half an hour here. We've got left of like general stream time. Cheers, Ken. Thanks for hanging out tonight, everybody. But yeah, so pretty good Freeman Night stream. Or pretty good portable second G stream, you know. I'm glad we finished both of those Elders. They're such better fights than Kirin, it's not even funny. Such better fights. And it had been a long time for me since I'd fought either of those guys, so it felt good to do them in G rank. It would feel good to get them down so they were a little smoother, even still. Love to try them do them both with sword and shield. I think that'd be really interesting. We might have to do wind resist for Kushala to do it with sword and shield. But Teo, I think, would be pretty fun. Hype for Chameleos. We'll be back tomorrow night. I think so. I don't have any good reason I won't be here tomorrow night. What's today? Tuesday, right? Today's Wednesday. No, okay, it just became Wednesday. I was tripping for a second there. I was like, oh no, it was Wednesday today the whole time. Nope, it just became Wednesday at my time. What, Uchi, what? You're waiting one extra day until Rise? Yeah. Yep. Not long now. We're gonna get some new info soon. Let's freaking watch the trailer before we end tonight. I want to watch the Monster Hunter Rise trailer. I don't know about you guys. Every day is just a day now. I know. Every day is just another day until Monster Hunter Rise shows up. I also don't want to speak too soon or anything, but I think I might have some good news about getting my old job back. which is nice personal news for me. Okay. Did Twitch add a category for portable 3rd HD version? Abominable Snowman? I think they may have, because I've not seen that category until I was searching through stuff yesterday and it was there. So it's vaguely possible that they could have added it. I don't want to think about that too much, because if they, like, actually were adding things and took away my category, it's not mine, but man, It's not mine like I own it, but it's mine as in like the place I spend time every night for like 6 hours. Did anyone pre-order Rise yet? I did. Yep, I did. I didn't do any of the fancy digital editions or anything. I'll buy some of the layered armor and stuff I like. Yeah, sorry. Maybe that's not the attitude I should have. I'm kind of worked up about it. When's it coming out? It's coming out in March. Yep. So not too long from now. Alright, we'll clean up this inventory tomorrow. Alright, before we end here, I want to watch the Monster Hunter Rise trailer. Yep, about 6 months from now. Christmas almost feels like a roadblock at this point, right, dude? Get those holidays out of here. All right, let me mute Freemy Night. Ooh, actually, it's turned it off. Whatever, that's fine. Let's watch. Yeah, you spam last night. You're okay for now. This is a good thing to spam for. I guess it doesn't actually need to be that. It can be 720. Wrong way to lean there.
たった今、文が届いたぞ。近々、百竜夜行が起こるそうだ。
Are we analyzing Rise over and over and over again? No, I just wanted to watch the trailer because it's exciting. That's all.
そのモンスターの名はオンコリオマガイマガド。
ますよ。
So I'll see you guys in the Monster Hunter for PS2 channel for that when it comes out in March, because I mean we probably won't have a category for that either. I'm thankfully joking. I'm gonna take the stream down for just a minute so I can switch over to 60 frames a second and play Mario. But yeah, I'll see you guys soon. To those of you who are hanging out, I'm gonna switch over to playing Super Mario Galaxy tonight. What we're going to be getting into. So that's a fun, relaxing game. I hope all of you have a really nice night. If you're sticking around for Mario, awesome, thank you. If you're not, then just cheers, have a good night. Thank you for watching our Monster Hunter part of the stream tonight. Feels weird because it's all silent and black around me right now, but I'll be right back with some Mario. And yeah, cheers. Have a good night. Happy hunting.